Hello, everyone. Welcome to the very last sad face March Mystery Madness reading sprints. I have loved doing these this month. I think I can safely say that this has been my favorite part of March Mystery Madness is doing these reading sprints with you guys. It's been so much fun. Now, it is a gorgeous Saturday afternoon here. It is a blue sky and the sun is out in full force. It is fantastic. It's still below zero, but that's totally normal for this time of year, and it is just gorgeous. So I have a Diet Coke. Later, I'm going to make myself some tea, and I'm all settled in for some great chatting with you guys and for some reading. So it's nice to see you guys here. Cajun is here. Hi, Cajun. Is reading Beer and Loathing, Sloane Krause, number 6. That's Ellie Alexander, right? That's fantastic. Denise is here. Hi. Cav is here reading Hazards in Hampshire by Emma Dakin. The heroine is a mystery book tour guide taking visitors to the English settings of favorite mysteries and their author. What? That sounds amazing. I totally have to read that. Okay, hang on. I'm getting out my my pencil or my paper and my pen because I have to write that down. That sounds absolutely amazing. All right, hang on 1 second. Hazards in Hampshire. Emma Dakin. All right, I will totally be checking that out. That sounds amazing. I would totally love to go on a tour like that too. That sounds fantastic. Okay, who else is here? Hi, Carmen. And Talia is here. Hi, Talia. Yes, I look forward to reading sprints on Saturdays too. Annie is here. Hello. She's reading Take the Honey and Run by Jenny Martz. That's fantastic. I love the titles. I love the titles. Hummingbird is here. Got my book and Malteser bunnies. I'm ready. Oh, that sounds yummy. Helen is here. Hi, Helen. Reading Agatha Christie short stories, The Mysterious Mr. Quinn. Fantastic. Those ones are different and a bit unusual. I like it. Laura is here reading and enjoying The Cornish Coast Murder by John Bude. I'm pretty sure that's one that I've read. That's a golden age mystery. Fantastic. Oh, Carmen is reading The Chuckling Fingers. Should finish today. Carmen, what are you thinking so far? Do you like it? Isn't it fantastic? Oh man, I love that one. Talia is reading Eye of the Beholder, Deformity and Disability in the Greco-Roman World. Cool. And a collection of Father Brown stories. Fantastic. Hummingbird reading My Sister the Serial Killer. I've heard of that one, but I have not read it yet. Casey's here. Hey. Greetings from Vancouver Island. Jana, hello, is reading Deadly Decisions by Kathy Reichs. Just finished Seventh Heaven by James Patterson. Seventh Heaven, is that a women's murder club one? I love that series. Now, Deadly Decisions, which one is that in the Temperance Brennan series? Jana. Hello, Emma. Emma is here. This is fantastic. Denise is reading And Then There Were None by Agatha Christie. Cor Roto, a novel of Catherine Carey by Adrian Dillard, and The House of Dudley by Joanne Paul. Wow. The House of Dudley. That sounds so familiar to me. That's a nonfiction, isn't it? That sounds so familiar. I think I've just recently heard about that. Storm is here. Hey, Storm is reading an e-arc of Burn the Negative by Josh Winning, a thriller/horror that so far is neither thrilling nor scary, but boring. Oh no. That's awful. You know what? I read e-arcs as well, and it's too bad when you know as you're reading it that you're gonna have to give a measured review because you're not loving the book. I really don't like having to write those kind of reviews. Carmen says, I love it. Has anyone read any others from Mabel Seeley? I have read, what was it called now? The Whispering Cup, but I read that years ago, but I remember really loving it. So I'm going to have to read that one again. And then I also have The Listening House, but I haven't read that one yet. So yeah, I'm glad that you're loving The Chuckling Fingers. That's great. All right, Casey is going to read from Shady Hollow by Juno Black and An Elderly Lady Must Not Be Crossed by Helene Thurston. Is that part of the series or is that the only book? Because I don't think that's what it was called. The first book was called. I think that must be part of a series. Breezy's here. Hey, Breezy, reading Mary Higgins Clark called Shadow of Your Smile. Now, I have not ever read anything by Mary Higgins Clark. I was too much of a scaredy cat when I was a kid or when I was younger, like a teenager. Jana says, Deadly Decisions is the third one in the series. And yes, Seventh Heaven is Women's Murder Club. All right, fantastic. BJ's here. Hi, BJ, reading Killers of a Certain Age by Deanna Rayburn. It's great. BJ, I just finished that myself. I read it a couple days ago. It was a fun ride, that's for sure. Excuse me. Okay, so why don't I show you what I have on my stack of books for this afternoon? There's one that I would really love to finish because I need to take it back to the library. It's overdue, so I want to finish it so that I can include it in my wrap-up video tomorrow. And so this is Secret of the Lost Pearls by Darcy Wilde. This is the newest in her Rosamund Thorne Regency historical mystery series. I really enjoy this series. I love that it's set in the Regency time period. And yeah, Rosalind Thorne is an interesting character. She is alone in the world and kind of has to make her own way in the world. And so she has become a useful woman. So she helps sort out problems for, aristocratic ladies. And that's how she gets by. What I find fascinating is that I think this is the 6th or the 7th in the series. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's the 6th one in the series. And they have made a major cover change. This cover is fine, but I have to say there's nothing about it that differentiates it from every other historical fiction out there, right? It's the back of a woman, blah, blah, blah. It's fine, but it's the same as everything else. Now, I'm going to share my screen with you because I want you to see what the first 4 or 5 covers looked like, because they were very different, but they were fun. All right, hang on. Here we go. Sorry. Okay, can you guys see that? I hope that you can see that. This is the first book in the series, and you can see the covers are very different. They're a little bit cartoonish. You can immediately tell that they are from the Regency time period, but they're different. It's different from other historical mysteries that you might see. This is the second one in the series, and this is the third in the series. And I liked that they just looked a little bit different. They stood out from the crowd. But then, you get this, which is fine, but it looks like everything else. Do you guys agree with me or not? What are you guys thinking about that? Anyway, I have just over 100 pages left in this one, so I would like to finish that this afternoon. Okay. Cajun says that Mary Higgins Clark is one of those just one more chapter authors. Okay. Oh, that's good to know. Casey says it's the second book. The first one is called An Elderly Lady is Up to No Good. That's what I thought. Yeah. BJ says Mary Higgins Clark is very good. I might have to give her a try. Earlier covers definitely better than the new ones, according to Hummingbird. Okay, so it's not just me, right? I'm glad. Cajun also likes the earlier covers better. Laura agrees. Storm. Oh, why do they change things? Loved the older covers. I do too. I mean, I get why they're doing this because this is what's popular. But like, this is a decision that's primarily coming from the publishing house, right? And wouldn't they want to stand out from the crowd? You'd think so, rather than just be like everything else. I don't know. Jana says, I think earlier covers are better too. Talia, the older covers were better. Helen, one cover says fun, the other says atmospheric. Now that's interesting because I only have a little over 100 pages left. And so far, this book is basically the same as all the other ones in the series. I wouldn't say this book is any more atmospheric than the other ones, and it has the same level of fun. So that's interesting that you said that, Helen. It's a choice, but it could be then slightly misleading about what this book is like, because I don't think that it's really any more creepy or atmospheric or anything like that than the rest of them. All right. Huh. Emma is here. Hey, Emma. The older covers remind me of Maisie Dobbs. I much prefer the older ones. Yes, they kind of have that feel. I'm also thinking of the Ladies Guide to Books series by Diane Freeman. They are fun that way too. Storm, why be popular when you can be different? Amen to that. I agree. I never like covers that use photos. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know if I do either. Yeah. Pardon me. Laura says, I read Mary Higgins Clark when I was younger, and I think The Cradle Will Fall and Where Are the Children were her best. Read them both several times. Okay, good to know. So if I do decide to read some Mary Higgins Clark, I will try one of those then, I think. All right. So what do you guys think of doing a half-hour sprint at 1:45? So in a couple minutes here, we'll do half an hour of reading sprints. BJ agrees with you, Laura. That's great. Okay, so even though I'm going to be starting with this one and I'm hoping to finish that one off, I have some other books on my stack. I'm reading The Leavenworth Case by Anna Katharine Green, and I'm really enjoying this one. This one is set in New York City, and it was written in 1878. What's great about this is, so this is like a Victorian era book, but it's a mystery, and the murder has already happened when the book opens, and our narrator, Mr. Raymond, who is a lawyer, he gets called to the house, and so this is what's interesting too. The inquest is happening at the house where the murder happened, which is very interesting. And then there is like a huge amount of information about like it. The author takes you deep into the inquest, but actually it's good because through the inquest, you get to know the details of what happened. You meet the suspects. So yeah, it's actually a really good way of kind of getting that information out there while still keeping the action going. So yeah, I'm really enjoying this so far. All right. Casey says covers with artwork are always more beautiful. Yeah, I would agree with that. Helen says, now that's how to do a great cover, the Leavenworth case. Isn't that? Yeah, that's the original cover when it came out as the Detective Club from these are, the Detective Story Club classics. Yeah, this cover's fantastic. Casey says the Leavenworth case is on my TBR. Now I'm still at the beginning. I'm 50 pages in, but I am really enjoying that one so far. All right. And then I will talk about the other books that I've got on my stack afterwards because it's 1:45. So the little bookmark. Oh, you caught that, did you? My mother-in-law brought this home from a trip. She went to Cuba. It's leather. Isn't that cute? I love to do it so that the little parrot head sticks out. Okay. Let's do a reading sprint. All right, I will get this set up. So we will read until 1:15. Okay. Have fun reading, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great time reading or doing projects, whatever it is you're doing this afternoon. What's really interesting about this book is the time period. It's set in 1820, I believe February 1820. What matters is that the king has died and the prince regent is now King George IV. So these can no longer be called Regency era mysteries. They're, I guess you have to say, Georgian. So yeah, I think that time period, kind of that specific point in the history is really interesting. There was something else that I was gonna say. Oh, I think I've just read, there's something that I was pretty sure I knew, kind of one of the little mysteries in here. There's always the big mystery of who the killer is, but there's a number of little mysteries. And I had figured one out really early on, and I was thinking, this is pretty easy. And I've just been proven right about that choice. So yeah, I love that. All right. Oh, Danielle is here. I think Danielle wrote this before our last sprint or during. BJ says, I did about 20 pages of Rayburn and switched to Priscilla Royal, Wine of Violence. It's another good one. Oh, that's great, BJ. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Annie said, made it to 60%. Excellent. Annika, he is here. Hi, Annika. There is definitely still time to join. We kind of just started. We just finished our first sprint. So that's fantastic that you're able to be here. Helen said, only a few pages read, stocking up on some snacks for the next sprint. Perfect. Now, for some reason, StreamYard is claiming that my internet is unstable. And there were a few issues with that during the last reading sprint. So I'm really hoping that there's not going to be any more problems, but there might be. And so I apologize if that's the case. Ooh, Hilder is here. Hello. Is reading Jane and the Wandering Eye. It's the third one in the series. That's the Jane Austen historical mystery written by Stephanie Barron, right? Excellent. Well, I'm glad you're able to make it. Okay, so I was going to show you what else I have on my stack if I choose to read something else. I've been reading Old City Hall by Robert Rottenberg. This is my pick from the vault for March. And it's also my pick for specifically for the Read Your Own Bookshelf challenge, because I needed to find one that started with an O. So this one worked out perfectly. This one is interesting. I'm about 75 pages into this, and it's set in Canada, in Toronto, and the author is a lawyer, and this is very much a procedural. So a radio show host, a very famous radio show host, gets arrested for killing his wife. And so because it's a legal thriller, we know that we're going to get to the courtroom soon. We're not there yet, but we're really getting a lot of the procedure of how the police investigate what happens with the police and how they work with the lawyers and everything. It's very, very procedural that way. Although I am really enjoying it. And the other thing is it is so Canadian. It is so Canadian, which is awesome. But yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. And yeah, let's see what else. Storm says something interesting happened finally. Finally, this one wasn't one you could send to Kindle, so reading on my phone, which sucks, and so not sure how much I read. Yeah, I get that, Storm. Cav says, my book has intrigued me enough to research British mystery tours. Happy to report that they really are a thing. If you have $7,000, I'll stick to reading about them. I think a British mystery tour sounds amazing. I'm gonna have to do some research once these reading sprints are over. That sounds very interesting. Talia says, I decided to start the ladies column. It's a 1920s historical mystery. I'm 10% in. Huh. Who's the author of that, Talia? I've never heard of that. Hummingbird says, going to start The Murder Game by Tom Hindle in the next sprint. Excellent. $7,000 for the whole package is not long. I guess also, like, how long is it? Is it like a week? 5 days? Flight, accommodation, everything? That's actually pretty good. Casey says, your unstable YouTube. Your voice is fine. The video is choppy. I'm really sorry, guys. I don't know why it's doing that. Cajun says, that's better, but still a lot. R.A. Wallace. Okay, well, I'm interested to hear what you think when you get more into it. I've never heard of that one. Okay, and then on my stack of possibilities, I'm still making my way through Bryant and May's Peculiar London by Christopher Fowler. I'm going slow and just enjoying the ride with this one, learning some really interesting things about London, and also just getting the humor and spending more time with Bryant and May and their associates. So that's very fun. And then I've got 2 more books. I have not started these yet, but they're kind of up next for me. Is number 3 in the Lady Eleanor Swift series. This is A Witness to Murder by Verity Bright. I read the second one, which was Death of the Dance, and I loved it. That was a reread. This will be a reread as well. I just love these series. I love the comfort of, falling back into a world that I'm familiar with and really enjoy. And so I do really enjoy rereading these. They're set in the early 20s. And I really like Eleanor Swift as a character. And her butler, Clifford, is fantastic. He's my favorite. But yeah, I really do enjoy that series. And then I also want to get to Old Detectives Home by Mike Beffeler, because this one just sounds like so much fun. And I talked about that last week on the sprints. Helen says, I love Verity Bright. Really good fun. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so for the next sprint, I think I'm going to make myself a cup of tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, Casey had said, oh, you seem stable now. She says, Janelle stable. Thank you. I appreciate that I look stable, or I seem stable. That's very funny. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea for the next sprints. I think that will be delicious. Helen says, Old Detectives Home is now on my TBR after last week's chat. Yeah, I'm very excited to get to that one. Yeah, the concept just sounds really fun. Talia says, my mom and I both picked up Old Detectives Home because of you. That's perfect. Cav says, that Old Detectives Home really intrigues me. Such a clever concept. Yeah, right? That's exactly what I was thinking. The concept is just amazing. Yeah. All right. So let's do another half-hour reading sprint on the half hour, and then we will read to the top of the hour if that works for everybody. I think that's a great plan. So yeah, I've shown you my stack of books, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else, super fascinating that I have to tell you with what I've been up to. I've been reading like crazy this week. I've got like a huge stack of books for my weekly wrap-up video that's going up tomorrow. I've just been reading like crazy. Part of it was just to take my mind off things a little bit. I had some tests this week and an appointment with my doctor, follow-up with my oncologist. It's a 6-month follow-up. So I was kind of a little bit anxious about how that would go. And everything's great. Everything's clear, looking good. So yeah, so my doctor had said she's going to book me more tests in 6 months. And then if everything stays good, then she's happy to move to annual checkups. So yeah, that's great. It's all looking really, really good. So that's fantastic. And yeah, so I think that's probably one of the reasons why I read so much. Also, Aaron was away for a while on a business trip, and so I just read and read and read and read while he was away. Yeah. Oh, Helen says, looking forward to the wrap up. Oh, good. I like doing those ones. Storm, you finished a lot of books this week too. Yeah. Thank you, Annika. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Unstuff Your Stuff by Beffeler is a senior sleuth too. I think that is what he does mostly. And yay for a good report. Yes, exactly. Yay. Me too. Casey is curious of what I think of Old Detective Home. I started it and stopped at page 7. I'll let you clear the path for me. Interesting. What does that mean? I read the first chapter. Yeah, I read the first chapter, which was just 3 pages. So you've read 2 chapters then, Casey? Almost? Okay, interesting. I'll let you know what I think. Cajun. Oh, Cajun, that's fantastic. You passed a year in January. That's amazing. Yeah, every 6 months. Yeah, that's so good. That's fantastic. Oh, Helen was the opposite. Helen had a slow reading week. Well, maybe you were busy. You were out tripping the light. Fantastic. Or whatever the saying is. Thank you, Talia. Yes. Annika, I agree. There are worse coping strategies than reading. That is totally true. Okay, you guys are so kind. Thank you. All right, so we are coming up on another half an hour reading sprint, and yeah, I'm excited. I'm hoping to finish this. We're kind of like barreling towards the end now. Things are starting to come together. Rosalind is starting to figure out what's going on. She was asked to help an old friend. Some pearls were lost or potentially taken, but then there was also some other business going on. This girl who lost the pearls, her sister had eloped with a scoundrel, but then came back and said he's dead and can she come back to her family kind of thing. It's very much shades of Pride and Prejudice in here. And even to make it even more obvious, each chapter starts with a quote from Pride and Prejudice. But then of course this guy comes back and he's causing all kinds of trouble. So then the question becomes like, are things connected or not, and how? And yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah. That's totally true. Okay, so yeah, let's read until the top of the hour. And I doubt that I'll finish it. Yeah, it's still, oh, I thought I was under 100 pages, but just around at 100 pages. So I'm not going to finish it in this sprint, but I am going to see how far I can get. Okay, enjoy your sprints, everybody, and read until the top of the hour. Okay, enjoy. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a great time reading or knitting or doing whatever projects you're working on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. At least it's beautiful here. Yeah, blue skies, gorgeous sun. It's fantastic. So, I was away for a bit. I made some tea, which was great. And I also grabbed a little stack of my library books. Now, I don't know if you've been watching my videos for March Mystery Madness, you will have heard me say that I really wanted to read from my own shelves for March Mystery Madness. And I have done that, but I haven't ignored the library either. I just can't. I've always done a mix of reading my own books and reading books from the library. I love using my library. So I thought that I would show you guys a little glimpse of kind of my latest acquisitions from the library. Oh, but first I see Donna is here. Hello, Donna is reading Jane Harper's newest Erin Falk book, Exiles. That's fantastic. I just heard somebody talk about that actually. I was at my monthly in real life mystery book club on Wednesday night, and one of the members had read that book. And so, yeah, it was really interesting to hear her talk about it. And I really like Jane Harper, specifically the Erin Falk books have been my favorite. And so I have Exiles on hold at the library. I am eagerly waiting for it to come in. Helen finished a short story. That's fantastic. I love the character of Mr. Satterthwaite. He's so eccentric. He is. And I always have such a hard time saying his name. I don't know why. But yes, I really like Mr. Satterthwaite. He's great. Ooh, BJ says it's a glorious day in Alabama, 78 degrees. That's fantastic. Talia says she's 34% into her 1920s mystery. I like the characters, but there is barely any mystery yet. I'm not used to a slow start in a mystery book. I prefer it when they just get right to it. I do. I've read some where the mystery doesn't happen until like 100 pages or so in, and those are not my favorite at all. Oh, Helen, it's raining again. It was raining last Saturday during the reading sprints. Oh, well, what can you do, right? Hi, Mary. Mary's here. She is tasting Pride and Premeditation by Tirzah Price. I'm assuming that means you're reading it. I've heard of that one. I have not read it. That one is a YA, right? A YA mystery. One thing that I have not been able to figure out, I've heard people talk about that book, but I have not been able to figure out, is it a modern day retelling of Pride and Prejudice, or is it set in the Regency time period? That is something I've always been really curious about. Hummingbird got to page 31 of The Murder Game. One house, 9 guests, endless motives for murder. Ooh, who's the author of that, Hummingbird? That sounds good. Mary, hi, Mary. Reading a nonfiction, Code Name Lisa. Ooh, that sounds like it's potentially during the war or the Cold War. Who's the author of that, Mary? I'm curious. Annika is here too, but oh, it's raining there too, but that's okay. You are warm and cozy inside. Yay! And yay for a little library haul. Exactly. I promise. I'm getting to it. I promise. Mary, my phone likes to type its own things. It is YA and it is not modern. Okay, so it is set in like the Regency time period when Jane Austen would have written it. That's very interesting. It's very, very interesting. Sorry, there's something in my eye. Okay, here we go. Are you ready to see what I've recently acquired from the library? We have Night Watch by Stephen Kendrick. This is a long lost adventure in which Sherlock Holmes meets Father Brown. Ooh, doesn't that sound amazing? I heard about this from somebody on BookTube. I don't know if it was a booktuber or a commenter. I cannot remember, but it sounded so intriguing and our library had it. So I was very excited. It takes place at Christmas 1902. And I love this idea of putting Sherlock Holmes and Father Brown together. I still can't really imagine what that partnership would be like, but I am in for it. Storm is back. Was recording myself playing my TBR game. Now I have prompts, so looking for books before back to filming. Yes, good times. The author is Larry Loftus, and it is set during World War II. All right, Mary, that sounds fantastic. Annika, I started The Cancelled Score Mystery by Gret Lane. Okay, I've never heard of that one. Ooh, Talia. Ooh, you've picked it up. Oh, it was you, Talia, who told me about that. I'm sorry, I totally missed who had told me about that. But yeah, I'm excited about getting to it. Yes, Night Watch. Doesn't it sound interesting? Yeah. The author is Tom Hindle, about guests attending a 1920s murder mystery game at Hamlet Hall. Oh, yes. Okay. I'm going to have to look into that one too, because that sounds very, very interesting. Okay. I also have the next up for me in the Dale's Dating Agency series, or the Dale's Detective Agency series. This is A Date with Danger by Julia Chapman. This series is set in Yorkshire, and I love it. Our main characters are Delilah, who runs the Dale's dating agency, and Samson, who runs the Dale's detective agency. And yeah, it's just a fantastic series that I really love, and I love these covers too. Are so fun. Okay. Then I also found This Is What Happened by Mick Herron. Mick Herron is famous for the Slough House series, and this is a standalone that he wrote, which just sounded really, really interesting. This is a shocking, twisted novel of psychological suspense about one woman's attempt to be better than ordinary. 26-year-old Maggie Barnes is someone you would never look at twice, living alone in a month-to-month sublet in the huge city of London, with no family but an estranged sister, no boyfriend or partner, and not much in the way of friends. Maggie is just the kind of person who could vanish from the face of the earth without anyone taking notice. Or just the kind of person MI5 needs to infiltrate the establishment and thwart an international plot that puts all of Britain at risk. Now, one young woman has the chance to be a hero if she can think quickly enough to stay alive. Doesn't that sound intriguing? I thought so. All right. Annika says, Night Watch sounds interesting in a good way. Helen, I like the name Hamlet Hall. It sounds like it could be a good setting. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too, actually, Helen. Okay, and then I had read The Hanjin Murders by Saishi Yokomizo, which were written, it was written in 1946, set in 1937 in Japan. And so I loved this idea of a Japanese golden age mystery writer. Well, I discovered that our library had a few more books by him. So I got The Village of Eight Graves. And this one is from 1950. Nestled deep in the mountains of Japan, the hamlet of Eight Graves takes its name from a centuries-old massacre. Ever since that bloody day, people say a terrible curse has hung over the village. Ooh, that sounds good. I also have this one, The Inugami Curse, from 1951. In 1940s Japan, the wealthy head of the Inugami clan dies, and his family eagerly await the reading of the will. Classic, right? But no sooner are its strange details revealed than a series of bizarre, gruesome murders begin. I'm so excited. These just sound so good. And then this one I'm the most excited about. This is Death on Kakumon Island. Gakumon Island. I'm sorry, I'm not saying that correct at all. This is from 1948. The rock-bound and forbidding Gakuman Island was once a pirate stronghold. Now it is home to a clannish fishing community dominated by two feuding families. When Kindachi, who is our detective, arrives bringing news of a death, it triggers a series of grotesquely staged murders. The scruffy detective attempts to untangle the island's secrets and stop the killings, but a fresh mystery seems to greet him at every turn, and soon he falls under suspicion himself. So yes, I am very, very excited about these three as well. I really did enjoy the Hanjin murders. All right. Annika says Yorkshire is a fun setting. Is it a cozy? I would say it's on the cozy side without being an actual full-on cozy. I think I would say Donna's just put Night Watch on hold at the library. Oh, I'm glad your library had it. I know, it's intriguing, right? Helen says, I have never read anything set in Japan. You know what? I don't read a ton of things set in Japan, but I love this idea that that they were written around the Golden Age. Yeah, in the Golden Age style too. Cav says, you find the neatest books. Do you just browse the shelves or do you research before you go to the library? I do both. I haven't actually browsed the physical shelves in quite a while. I will browse the online catalog. But mostly I get an idea from somebody. I look for that book and then I kind of go down a rabbit hole is usually what ends up happening. Okay, I also got Dead and Gondola by Anne Claire. This is a Christie Bookshop mystery. So anybody who knows me knows right now what attracted me to this book. In this series debut, a mysterious bookshop visitor dies under mysterious circumstances, compelling the Christie sisters and their cat, Agatha, to call on all they've learned about solving mysteries from their favorite novelist. Doesn't that sound fantastic? So this is definitely a cozy, so we're going to have to see, because I don't read a ton of full-on cozies, but I'm excited about this. So we have two sisters in a town in Colorado running their family's historic bookshop. And it is perched in a Swiss-style hamlet accessible by ski gondola and a twisty mountain road. The Book Chalet is what it is called, and it's a famed bibliophile destination known for its maze of shelves and relaxing reading lounges. And that just sounded amazing. And the fact that they love Agatha Christie, I mean, how could I not want to give that a try, right? Annika, strange. I read your comment, Helen, about Japan before I heard Janelle talk about it. Assuming you're not clairvoyant, I assume there's a delay. Oh dear. Oh, that's funny. There must be a delay. Yeah, maybe you're not watching it live, Annika. Maybe you're like a little bit behind. Oh, that's very funny. Donna says, just picked up the DVD of the first season of Mr. and Mrs. Murder. Watched the first episode. Very interesting. Love their relationship and also like their relationship with the police detective. Yes, that's something that I loved about that series too. So Mr. and Mrs. Murder is a Australian mystery show about a husband and wife who run a crime scene cleaning business, and then they end up detecting and getting themselves involved. It's really fun. It's a really fun series. Okay, I also have A Killer Read by Erica Chase. When I put out my Bibliophile Mysteries video, this was one of the books recommended to me by a commenter. I was saying, if you know of any books that would count as biblio mysteries, let me know. And so someone mentioned this one. This is an Ashton Corners book club mystery. No one thought much of the stranger who stopped by the Ashton Corners mystery readers meeting, but when he's killed just moments later, Lizzie Turner finds herself in the midst of a dangerous murder mystery. That sounds good. I love this idea of, you know, it's a mystery book club. Who doesn't love that? Now, where is this set? Somewhere in the South. think cheese straw, the Guernsey litter. Oh, I'm really sorry, everybody. My internet's causing. I don't know why and why. It shouldn't be. Okay. Helen says, oh, I can't show the. I'm trying to put the comments on the screen and it's not letting me for some reason. Okay. Well, oh, here we go. Helen says, I'm not clairvoyant, thankfully. Annika says, not something I would aspire to either, Helen. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I'm hoping that it clears itself up very, very soon. I really don't know why it's doing that. I apologize. All right. I also got Come Death or High Water by Anne Cleves. This is from the Bird Watchers series, I think. Yes, George Palmer Jones. Yes. So this is a series from before she started writing her Vera series and her Shetland series. This is, I don't know if this is the first one in the series or not, but this is from 1987. So the privately owned island of Gillibray off the North Devon coast is the perfect site for murder. So yeah, I'm excited to give that a try. Yes, Annika, another fun biblio mystery, the best of both worlds. Exactly. Okay, I also have a Counterfeit Lady novel. This is a historical mystery set in New York City. Victoria Thompson is kind of most famous for writing her Gaslight series with Sarah Brandt, midwife in New York City at the turn of the century. This is the Counterfeit Lady series, which takes place a little bit later in time, around World War I, just before World War I. And this one is the third in the series, City of Scoundrels. And our main character is Elizabeth Miles, who it's an interesting series. Elizabeth Miles comes from a family of con artists. And so that's why it's called the Counterfeit Lady novel. And so this takes place at War One. Anyway, so it's now at during World War One, set in New York City, and going like I read the first two a long time ago, and then I kind of forgot about it. So I got this one out to continue on with the series. All right. And then I wish I could remember where I heard of this one. The Bangalore Detective Club by Harini Nagendra. Oh, yes. Emma says, I have the first Anne Cleves, A Bird in the Hand. I think, yes, that one is set in the county I live in the UK. Okay. All right. That's awesome. Yes, A Bird in the Hand is the first one in that series. Yes. Helen says Devon is also a great setting, lovely countryside and the coast. And Emma, you're from Norfolk? Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. Okay, so the Bangalore Detectives Club. Solving crimes isn't easy. Add a full-length Sari, a jealous mother-in-law, and the disapproving glare of high society into the mix, and you've got a problem. When clever, headstrong Kaveri moves to Bangalore to marry handsome young Dr. Ramu, she's resigned herself to a quiet life. But all of that changes the night of the party at the Century Club, whereas she escapes to the garden for some peace and instead spots an uninvited guest in the shadows. Half an hour later, the party turns into a murder scene. When a vulnerable woman is connected to the crime, Kaviri becomes determined to save her and launches a private investigation to find the killer, tracing his steps from an illustrious brothel to an Englishman's mansion. She soon finds that sleuthing in Asari isn't as hard as it seems when you have a talent for maths, a head for logic, and a doctor for a husband. And she's going to need them all as the case leads her deeper into a hotbed of danger, sedition, and intrigue in Bangalore's darkest alleyways. Doesn't that sound amazing? And as far as I know, I was going to say, I think this is modern day, but it is definitely not. First of all, isn't that fantastic? I always love a good map. It takes place in 1920s Bangalore. It was written in 2022. It came out in 2022. And it starts with a quote by Agatha Christie from The Mysterious Affair at Styles. Instinct is a marvelous thing. It can neither be explained nor ignored. So I'm very excited about this one. All right. Casey says the Birdwatchers series is on my TBR as well. Hashtag Janelle makes me do it. Hashtag just blame Janelle. That's awesome. Norfolk is beautiful. I would love to visit one day. I've never been there. Laura says, so glad you mentioned Anne Cleeve's older books. I forgot about those and want to read them. Love Vera and Shetland, the TV shows and books. Yes. Breezy says, had to leave for a bit to eat with my family. I tried the first Vera mystery and I'd like to try more eventually. Yeah, I haven't read a ton of Anne Cleeve's, but I have seen Vera and Shetland and really enjoyed both of them. Helen says the Bangalore book looks good, a bit different. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking, Helen. PJ, you're getting into the hashtag game here. Hashtag Janelle gets me in trouble. I'm happy to help, guys. Annika says hashtag you're not the only one. Donna, Casey Wilson, love your hashtag. So true. Helen says maps are great. I love finding them in books. I do too. I love it when a book has a map. Okay, a few more. This is Danger on the Atlantic by Erica Neubauer. This is a Jane Wonderly mystery. This is the third one in the series. The first one I really enjoyed. It took place in Egypt. The second one took place in England, and it was okay. It wasn't my favorite. So I thought I'd give the third one a try and see what I think. The fact that it takes place on a ship is fantastic. I love that. So this is set in the 20s. Jane Wonderly is a young American widow. She's been traveling and she is now heading back home. There are worse fates than adventuring aboard a transatlantic liner with the only man who could change her mind about romance. Unfortunately, her first-class itinerary has an unexpected and deadly addition waiting just below deck. So yes, this is set in 1926. So I'm willing to give this a shot and see what I think about this series. But I think this is going to be the deciding book for me. Laura, hashtag same here. Hummingbird, hashtag Janelle, Queen of March Mystery Madness. Oh, you guys. Casey runs off to add the Bangalore book to her TBR. I know, I'm excited about that one. I really wish I could remember where I had heard about it. Cajun says, I like when the map is in the first of a series. Otherwise, I usually have to rearrange the town in my head if the map shows up later. Yeah, right? Because you totally get an idea. I know, I'm the same. Annika says, ship is pretty much a closed room, isn't it? Yes, that's one of the reasons why I like it, right? Because it's a closed circle. There's just who's on that ship and that's it. And you can't get off. You know, you're kind of stuck there. Emma says, Norfolk is beautiful. We are lucky in this country to have some wonderfully beautiful places. I love the beach huts. They're on my cover of A Bird in the Hand. Ooh, yes. Breezy also likes stories set on ships. Yeah. Hummingbird just read the first Jane Wonderly book. Really enjoyed it. I need the Bangalore book. Laura, I'm on eBay looking for Anne Cleeve's Birdwatcher series. Oh, I hope you can find it. Okay, so this is Miss Morton and the English House Party Murder by Catherine Lloyd. I enjoyed her series. That was the Kirkland St. Mary series, which was set in the Regency, maybe? I can't remember now, but I did really enjoy that series. So this is the first in a new series. Also set in Regency, England, where circumstances compel one Lady Caroline Morton to become a lady's companion whose duties will soon entail solving a murder. Bum, bum, bum. Yes, so I'm very excited about that. And then one more. My library book stack is about to fall over here. All right, 1 second. Must address the issue. There we go. And then one more. This one finally came in. I've been waiting for this one for so long. Lucy Worsley's Agatha Christie, A Very Elusive Woman. So this is Lucy Worsley's biography of Agatha Christie. I'm very excited. I've heard a number of people tell me their opinions about this book. And so, yeah, I'm excited to get to it myself and see what I think. So there you guys have it. There is my most recent library haul. I'm pretty excited about all of those books. Helen says ship mysteries, very isolated. Yes, which is fantastic. That's why I love them. Danielle says so many wonderful books. My TBR is growing too. Yes. Dahlia says, I'm so scenery blind when I read. I'm so character focused. Maps are wasted on me, unfortunately. So are you more interested in like a family tree or a list of, a cast of characters, or do you ignore those? Cajun. Yes, Lucy Worsley wrote a book about Agatha Christie. I think it's going to be good. I'm excited about it. I'm a huge fan of Lucy Worsley. Emma says the Agatha biography is wonderful. Okay, you've read it. Okay, good to know, Emma. Laura says, I love when you say murder in a sinister British accent. I laugh every time. Okay, so what's funny about that, Laura, is I don't think I'm doing it intentionally in a British accent. Hummingbird says, just got the Agatha Christie biography. Ooh, all right. Talia, I'm interested in what you think of Worsley's book on Christie. I had some stylistic issues with it. Yes, I remember watching your video where you talked about that, Talia. So I'm curious myself. Annika says, ooh, the Lucy Worsley biography of Christie. Looking forward to your thoughts. I haven't read it yet. Yeah, I'm pretty excited. Casey says, I have the Lucy Worsley bio as well. Haven't started it yet. Yay, Agatha. Yes. Cajun is also a Lucy fan. Go Lucy Worsley. I love her. She's fantastic. BJ, you enjoyed it. Okay. That's good to hear. That is good to hear. Okay. I feel like I've been chatting for, oh my goodness, it's almost half past. Okay. Let's do a reading sprint. Maybe I will get my book done this time around. Ooh. Yeah. I doubt that I'll finish it, but yeah, I'm going to continue on with Secret of the Lost Pearls, and I do hope to finish it today. Breezy says, do you have a favorite bio on Christie? I haven't actually read a ton of bios on Agatha Christie. I mostly prefer to just read her books. But I do find it interesting to learn a little bit about her life. I find really, like, with the authors that I like, I prefer to just read their books. Sometimes you can be disappointed when you find out too much about your heroes, right? So I don't tend to read a lot of biographies, but I am interested. I know a little bit about her history. So yeah, I am interested in seeing what Lucy Worsley has to say. I let the story introduce me to the characters. In my humble opinion, a good author doesn't need a character list to introduce the characters. The characters will introduce themselves through their actions and interactions. Yep, that's totally true, Talia. Annika, you're a bit scared with biographies. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about finding out something I'm not going to like. Oh, well. Okay, so let's do it. Let's read until the top of the hour. And we'll see how much I can get done in my book. Things are really heating up now, so I'm excited. Okay, so if that's okay with everybody. Oh, hang on. Talia says, I want to read Christie's autobiography and the biography by Janet Morgan. Apparently, Christie's daughter approved the biography. That's interesting. See, if I could get my hands on that, I would definitely read that. And I do want to read Agatha Christie's autobiography as well, and see what she has to say about her own life. I've got it on my shelves. I just haven't read it yet. Yes, never meet your hero, Casey. Yes, totally true, right? Laura, I thoroughly enjoyed Agatha's autobiography, but would love to read Lucy Worsley's to get a different perspective. Yes, it's totally the case, right? Like, it's good to get a number of perspectives for sure. Okay, everybody enjoy your sprints. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. All right, so I didn't finish my book, but I have maybe 50 pages left. And yeah, it's good. Very interesting. I did guess some of the mysteries, but I definitely have not figured out everything that's going on. It's a little complicated for all of that. Okay, so I've missed some of the comments. Casey said, I read Agatha's autobiography many years ago. It was very, very good. It didn't spoil my love for her. Oh, that's good. That's good to know. I don't think that, I don't think it will. Certainly not her own autobiography. What other people say about her and the interpretations they make about some of her choices or actions, I think that's what concerns me. Casey also said her being Victorian English, she certainly didn't expose any skeletons in the closet nor air any dirty laundry. Yeah, I don't imagine she would have. Helen, can you imagine being Agatha Christie and never having the joy of reading a new Agatha Christie book and seeing how it unfolds? I believe she did like her contemporaries' work, though. Yes, and actually, that's something that's interesting about this one, the Leavenworth case. John Curran, who put together Agatha Christie's notebooks, writes the introduction to this, and he talks about how Agatha Christie really liked Anna Catherine Green. So that's cool. Casey also said, I also read the bio by Jane Morgan many years ago. It is very, very good as well, and respectful and honoring of Agatha. Awesome. I love it. Ooh, Kevy's here. Hey, at work reading the new Eddie Flynn book on my break. Ooh, now which one is that? Is there a new one that I don't know about, or is that the excuse me, The Devil's Advocate? Ooh, that's very exciting. I love the Eddie Flynn series. Action-packed, pacey, really good ones. All right, so we have kind of a good weekend coming up for sure. We've got some family birthdays, so we've got some celebrating to do. Erin's mom's birthday was 2 days ago, and so we celebrated with tacos, which is her favorite meal. So we had we made tacos, which was really fun. Her sister, who lives in Ontario, had all the fixins delivered for some tacos, and then she included a cake in the delivery, which was hilarious because I had bought a cake as well, and hilariously they were the same kind, which cracked us up. That was so funny. So there was plenty of birthday cake in the house, and then Erin's birthday is tomorrow, so we are going out for lunch tomorrow, although that's technically for Erin's mom's birthday. And then Erin is still deciding what he wants to do to celebrate his birthday. So very fun, good times for everybody. And I'm waiting to hear my niece is due any day with her first baby. So that's also very exciting. Helen says, the hot chocolate has come out now. It's getting cold here. Yay. Is it still raining, Helen? I don't know. Hot chocolate in the evening just sounds delightful. Talia says, one of the Detection Club books includes a Christie critique of her fellow authors at the end, I believe. It was published after she passed, if I remember correctly. Oh, that's interesting. I'd be curious to see what she had to say about that. That's very interesting. All right. Annika says, sounds like a fun weekend. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Donna says, happy birthdays and new baby coming. Yes, very excited. It is still raining, Helen. Oh, dear. Oh, well, what can you do, right? I don't know. There's something nice, though. It's so cozy to hear the rain outside, but be snuggled up inside, watching a show or reading a book. It's just delightful. Emma says, I have a niece now, born Monday. New babies. Yay. Oh, congratulations. That's very exciting. Yeah. Oh, you guys have a lot of family birthdays coming up too. Oh, yeah. And then I forgot to say too, because my nephew, the brother of my niece who is having her first baby, he shares a birthday with Aaron. So yeah, so that's exciting. He lives in Edmonton though, so he's far away, so he will be celebrating on his own, but I mean not with us. So yeah, lots of family birthdays. It's the family birthday time of year. Okay, so I am totally up for doing another sprint here in a few minutes. If you guys are as well. Yeah, I really want to finish my book. I have, yeah, I'd say 50 pages left. 40 or 50. Annika, I had my 1-year-old nephew visiting today. He is a cuddler. Aww. Yeah, that's sweet. And what a great age, hey? Oh man, I love that age. They're just starting to walk and talk, and fantastic. That's so good. I love that. All right. So, oh, Annika's up for another reading sprint. Love it. I love it. Ooh, Carmen's in for another one. That's great. So here we are at the 25th of March already. I can't even believe it. It's gone by so fast. Do you guys have a favorite mystery from the month? What has been your favorite read so far? So far, nothing has knocked the Chuckling Fingers off the top for me. That's still my favorite read of the month, The Chuckling Fingers by Mabel Seeley. It was just so good, really atmospheric, great characters, and I did not guess the ending. Yeah, I still, oh, that was so good. That was such a good one. So yeah, I'm curious to hear, do you guys have a favorite? Do you anticipate having a favorite hit before the end of the month? I would love it if I did, but at this point, I haven't read anything that knocks the Chuckling Fingers off my favorites list. Cav says, yay for more sprinting. I'm really enjoying my mystery tour guide book. Excuse me. It's like the hiccups mixed with, I don't know. Love the way the author has included the guide details into the story. That is fantastic. That is really fun. I love that. Casey honks her own horn. My birthday is next Thursday, March 30th. Oh, coming up soon, Casey. That's exciting. Talia, A Lady's Guide to Mischief and Murder. That's been your favorite so far? Which one is that in the series? Is that the second one or the third one, Talia? I love that series. Victorian era historical mysteries. Helen says, so far my reread of The Murder at the Vicarage, also A Test of Wills. Both of those books are fantastic. Murder at the Vicarage is Agatha Christie, and A Test of Wills is Charles Todd. I love that series. The Ian Rutledge series is so good. Breezy says, I have a favorite so far, which is The Hollow, but I have several more to go. Ooh, I loved The Hollow. The Hollow was really good. Another Agatha Christie, Hercule Poirot. Yeah, that one was really interesting. I liked that one a lot. Mary says, The Codebreaker's Secret was my fave this month so far. That sounds great. Who's the author of that one, Mary? Cajun says, The Guncle has been my favorite this month. Who is the author of that one, Cajun? And what's a guncle? Donna says, favorite this month, The Hangman's Beautiful Daughter by Sherry McCrum. Deep appreciation of her writing now, as in the 90s. Now caught up to where I was in the series back then. Cool. I think I've read 1 or 2 books by Sherry McCrum, but not that one. That's an intriguing title, actually. I like that. Annie says, Murder at Blackwater Bend by Clara McKenna was my favorite Stella and Lindy series, Edwardian era. That's the second book in the series, right, Annie? I love that series too. I love the Edwardian era, and I love the setting of that series too, in New Hampshire, near the New Forest. Yeah, it's a great setting. Talia, it's the third one in the series. Okay. That's the Countess of Harley series. Oh, it's not a mystery for March Mystery Madness. Okay, that's fine. Fair enough. Hummingbird says, The Mysterious Case of the Alperton Angels by Janice Hallett. Is that her third book now? She just kind of exploded onto the scene, didn't she? I need to read one of her books. Carmen says, Still Life, but Chuckling Fingers is in the running. I'll see when I finished which one comes out on top. Oh, yes, I'm very curious. Still Life is fantastic, Louise Penny. But yeah, I'm curious to see what you think of the Chuckling Fingers, Carmen. Cav says, my favorites are hard for me to pick, but I just finished The Metropolitan Affair by Jocelyn Green about antiquities forgery in 1920s New York. Ooh, lots of depth and great characterization. That sounds good, Cav. I like that. Sarah Ackerman is the author. Okay. Cajun Stephen Rowley Gunkel. Oh, gay uncle. Okay, I get it. It was fantastic. Well, that's good. Donna says, my typing error. Yes, Sharon McCrum. Jana, my favorite this month was The Local by Joey Hartstone. This is great. I love seeing what you guys' favorites are. Annie, that is the second. I also read the third, Murder in Keyhaven Castle. Yeah, that's the Stella and Lindy series. Laura says, I think The Murder of My Aunt by Richard Hull, British Library crime classic, is my favorite so far because it's not a typical mystery. It had me turning the pages, seeing what would happen. Ooh, I love it. That's fantastic. Yeah, I would like to read that one. That one sounds really good. Okay, so let's do another sprint at quarter after. So in a couple minutes, we'll do another half-hour reading sprint if you guys are in for that. And we'll see how close I get to finishing my book. I might be able to actually in this sprint. Let's see, 10, 20, 30, 40. Yeah, 50-ish pages. I might be able to if I focus. All right. Okay, Annika says, I think A Judgment in Stone because it was so extremely well written, but favorite reading experience might still be my Christie rereads. Fitted my mood better. That's awesome. Actually, that's great. Yes, Ruth Rendell is a very good writer. I've read a few of her books. I've read more of her standalones than of her Rexford series, but she is very good. Helen says, I read the first Stella and Lindy this month. Stella is a great character. Yeah, she is. I like her. She's from Kentucky, and she has that brash Americanness. It's great. It's good stuff. Okay, so we will read until 1:45. I'll get these banners going. We'll read until 1:45, the hour. All right, this is great. All right, good luck, everybody, finishing your books or making progress or knitting or whatever it is you choose to do. Getting a snack? Ooh, I might have to think about getting a snack. All right, enjoy, everybody. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We need to do at least one more reading sprint because I have 16 pages left in my book. I have to finish it and find out what's going on because either where I left it, our investigator, Rosalind, because of certain evidence, was convinced of one person being the killer, but I don't want it to be that person. And I'm sure there's probably something else going on. So, yes, I need to finish that off. All right. So Helen says, I haven't read Ruth Rendell for years. I should revisit soon. And Annika says she is such an excellent writer. BJ says, I read a bit of And Only to Deceive by Tasha Alexander. Very interesting that Renoir is a character. I think it may have a bit of romance in it as well as mystery. Yes, it does have a bit of romance. I really enjoy that series. I need to go back and do a reread of that series. I've been reading them, kind of as they come out. And I do love that series. And at some point, she starts to write them in different countries, not just in England. And that is really interesting as well. She's gone to St. Petersburg and to Florence and to Vesuvius and to Egypt. So yeah, that makes that series really interesting. Talia says, oh, darn, another reading sprint? Twist my arm. Kav says, I'm close to the end, but not that close, so I need another sprint too. Perfect. Cajun says, Talia nerds out. I was going to say the same thing. Ooh, Annie, 72%. You're getting close too. All right, that's good. I love it at this point in a mystery, where you have your suspicions, but maybe not all the answers. And I love it when it's complicated enough that you get to the end and you're still just not sure what's going on. I love that. Donna says, really like Aaron Falk as a character. He is so helpful. Love it when characters are willing to roll up their sleeves and accomplish something large or small. All right, that's cool. I'm trying to think of, in the two that I've read, The Dry and Forces of Nature, if his helpfulness were a big part of the story. I can't remember. Now, one thing that I loved about those two books was the atmosphere. She was so good at writing the atmosphere. Like in The Dry, that took place in the middle of a drought, and you could almost taste the dust in your mouth. She was so good at writing the atmosphere. Is The Exiles like that as well, Donna? I'm curious. Helen says the Tasha Alexander sounds good with different settings. Yes, a lot of them take place in England, which I always love. But when they head out to other countries, yeah, they're just a lot of fun. Helen says 16 pages left and still not sure who done it. Excellent. Right? Yes. I love it when I can't figure it out. I often do. So I actually really love it when I don't. That I love that. All right. So how about at the top of the hour, we read for another 30 minutes? Does that work for you guys? That would work for me. Or we could do it at 5-2 and read till 25 after. Either way works for me. Donna says the geographic landscape and how people negotiate it is always at the forefront in these novels, often central to the crime. Yes, that's true. So I'm glad that she continues that in The Exiles, because that's something that I just absolutely loved in The Dry and Force of Nature as well. Carmen says, I wish I could read faster. I love the chuckling fingers so much. My dogs keep looking at me because I keep talking out loud and loudly. I do the same thing. Like if I'm surprised by something in a mystery, I'll often react out loud. Yeah. Okay, Carmen, you're definitely in. Jackie, hey. Annika says, anyone else's hearts jumping at the music? I'm sorry. I do it to try and, easily let people know. But when it first comes on, it probably is a bit of a surprise. Annie says, the only problem with my book is that a new character as another suspect was just brought in. If the reader is considering all the other ones, it is kind of disappointing. Oh. How far into the book are you where they've introduced a new character who is a suspect? I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like that. Yeah. I don't think I'm a fan of that. That seems maybe a bit lazy to me. Yeah. I don't think I like that. So last night there was a movie on Netflix called 7 Women and a Murder. And it's an Italian movie. I had to watch the English subtitles, but it was set in like, I don't know, the 30s or the 40s in a country house. And there's most of them are related. There's like a grandma and then 2 women who are sisters, and one of the women has 2 daughters. And then there's a maid in the house, and then another woman comes who's a neighbor. And the father is found dead in his room. And it was really entertaining. Although I have to admit, I was a little bit disappointed by the end of it, but there was so much about it that was really interesting. Aaron sat and watched it for a while because the camera work was so interesting. And we were also fascinated by the way that everybody was dressed. Everybody except for 2 of the characters were in solid colors. So like one was blue and one was green and one was orange. And then one was purple. But then the maid was also in blue, and the same shade of blue as one of the daughters. So, and we were always like, does that mean something? What does that mean? So we were like trying to, interpret this movie and if whether or not it meant anything. And in the end, I don't think it actually did. Maybe they were just like that for visual purposes. But then at the end, when it was rolling credits, I learned that it was based off of a play. And I'm actually not surprised to learn that, because it was all set in this house and they were really only in kind of 2 or 3 rooms in the house. I could totally see it being a play. It was very entertaining, but you had to be pay close attention because you had to be reading the subtitles the whole time. But it was very interesting. Has anyone else ever seen that? 7 Women and a Murder? All right, Annie, you're 72% in, and they introduce a new character who's the suspect. Nope. Don't like that at all. Don't like that at all. Casey's up for another sprint. Okay, that's excellent. Yes, Helen, exactly. If it's near the end, it's lazy writing. Yes, it is. It totally is. Cajun, my roommate at the time, was so shocked that the Da Vinci Code, he hollered from his bathroom, and I was afraid something bad had happened to him. That's hilarious. That's very funny. Annika agrees it's a flaw when it happens so late in a book. Yeah. Helen is reading The Mysterious Mr. Quinn, Agatha Christie short stories. Helen says, I've shouted out loud at books, especially no when shocked. Yes, I've done that too. Jackie says, the movie sounds interesting. I've never heard of that one. I'm curious if it's on Netflix in the States. It's been on in Canada here for a little while. I just, I don't know when it came on. Annie says, this is the author's first mystery. She usually writes cowboy romances. There's a lot of humor, which keeps me going. All right, humor's good. I like humor. So that's always interesting when an author who tends to write one genre gives another genre a try. That's interesting. Annika's also in for another sprint. This is great. Okay, so yeah, why don't we do another half hour? We will read until the half hour, and then I can finish my book and find out what's going on. If they introduce a new character with 16 pages left, no, they would never do that, would they? That would be awful. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let me get this set up here. And we will read until the half hour. All right. This is good. I'm getting some good reading done this afternoon. I hope you guys are too. Laura, my daughter has scared the living daylights out of me many times when reading together when she screams no at something in her book. Yes, I always get very invested. If it's a book or even if it's a movie, I just get lost in the world. I still remember when I was in grade 5, our class went to see a movie, and now I can't remember what it was, where the red fern grows or something. I don't remember. But I remember we're in a theater, and it could have been just our class. Like it could have been like, I don't know what kind of theater it was. Like if it was like you know how sometimes museums will have little theaters. I honestly don't remember, but I do think that it was just us. Anyway, we were watching this movie, and I was so I get so invested, right? And I'm in that world. And the main character was about, gonna go into a barn or something. And I yelled out loud. I was like, no, don't do it. Don't go in there. And everybody else just laughed at me. But yeah, I get so invested, lost in that world. Oh, Donna wants to know if I finished Anastasia Hastings' book about manners and murder. I did. And did I already talk about that one in my reading wrap up, my weekly wrap up? Or is that coming up for this week? I can't remember. It was good. I really did enjoy that one. So yeah, Donna, check out my video tomorrow. Or look for last week's, because I did finish it and I did really enjoy it. It was a good one. Talia says, it's always disconcerting when I get yanked out of book world. Yeah, it totally is. Color coding the suspects. That's exactly right. That's exactly what we were thinking. So we're like, oh, what does it mean that the maid and the daughter have the same color dresses on? Cajun, it was paperback, Lonesome Dove. When something happened, I got so upset. Only book I ever threw. Oh, that's great. I love it. You guys are my people. Okay, enjoy your reading, and I'll see you at the half hour. I'm going to go get a snack. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, I finished my book. I did not guess, and now that I'm done it, I should have. It was one of those where I really should have guessed who it was. But yeah, I enjoyed it. It was a good read. Oops. And then I read a little bit more in Old City Hall by Robert Rottenberg. This is a legal thriller set in Toronto. What's interesting is it is very, very procedural, and it makes me realize I don't tend to read a lot of procedurals, but it really is. So the main characters are the guy who confesses to killing his wife, and the police officer who is first on the scene, the homicide detective assigned to the case, the Crown prosecutor, and the defense attorney. And so yeah, you really get in with all their jobs. And so the section that I just read was the police officer who was first on the scene had gotten put on the team. The homicide detective put him on their team investigating, and he was going through all this material, and the last thing he was doing was going through the victim's wallet. And so it's very much like I almost feel like I'm watching a true crime documentary. It's that level of procedure. It's interesting. I'm not sure if I'm a major fan of that or not. Do you guys like that when they get kind of really in depth with the procedure, where it feels like it's a real story, a true crime? Casey said, Janelle says she's going to get a snack. I wager she gets chocolate. What do the rest of you guys guess? Vote now. Oh, that is hilarious. That is so funny. Helen says M&Ms. I could just eat some right now. All right. Well, what was hilarious was I did end up getting chocolates. I ended up getting some York peppermint patties, but I did debate. I almost got M&Ms. Cajun, that was perfect timing. Finished my book as the music started. Perfect. That is perfect. Jackie says, I just finished an old-fashioned mystery. Oh, Jackie. Help me out now. What is that book, right? What is going on there? And also, I guess without spoiling it for everybody, but what did you think? Did you figure it out? Oh, I need to know. I need to know. Helen says, I like not guessing right. Occasionally I like to solve one, but I prefer to be fooled. Then it's job well done. Exactly. That is exactly how I feel about it too. BJ likes procedurals. Annika likes a good procedural. Casey, no judgment here. During the sprint, Willow the Jack Russell brought out a gin and tonic to me here on the patio. Sunny Saturday afternoon. Wait, your dog brought you a gin and tonic? I think I'm missing something. But I'm glad that you are outside enjoying the sunny weather. That is fantastic. Jackie, crazy fast like the movie Clue. Yeah. Yeah, it was totally like the movie Clue. Hummingbird says, the music scared me to death. Nearly jumped out of my skin. Oh, dear. Well, maybe I shouldn't do that anymore. I mean, I don't know what else to do, because if there was no music and if it was just me coming back on suddenly saying, hey, everybody, then that would scare you too, right? I don't know. Okay, well, everybody, I think that is going to be it for me. Yeah, it's 4:30 here. And yeah, I finished that one book. So I need to mark it in all the various places I keep track of my reading. And yeah, and kind of get on with my weekend. I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend as well. Cassie says Jack Russells are really smart. I'm sure that they are. Jackie, I did not guess it. I thought it was a trick, and then there were none, but I was wrong. It was a fun read. Good. Yeah, it was different, certainly. Certainly different. Talia, I like mysteries set before a lot of our current day technology has been invented. It makes it more fun and helps me forget the world around me. Yes, I agree with that. You are very welcome, Hummingbird. Cajun says, it's just how wrapped up we get in our books. Whatever ends the sprints can startle us. Yes. It's always going to be true, right? Carmen, thanks again, Janelle. You guys are so welcome. I love spending my Saturday afternoons with you guys. So I'm not going to continue doing sprints every Saturday, but I would like to keep doing them. So I think I'm just going to do them once, maybe twice a month. So look for some sprints coming in April, because I do really enjoy it. Annika says, keep the music. We're mystery readers, so don't mind to be scared a bit. Thanks for hosting. Yeah, it's a great way to spend a Saturday afternoon. You are very welcome, and I'm so glad that you guys chose to spend some of your time with me, because this is really, really fun. Okay, so have a great rest of your weekend, guys, and I will see you again soon. Bye.